Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to twitch.tv/HobbyBoxBurns. I am Joe Burns. HobbyBoxBurns, sorry for the awkward pause there. I just needed to see that there wasn't a lot of noise coming through the microphone with my fan placement. I'm gonna try another re-maneuver just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that's not too bad. But welcome. We are here, and we are ready to jump into more of the Shadowbringers main scenario questline. So last time, we defeated Titania, the second Light Warden, the Light Warden of Il-Meg. And after that success, Feo'ul, who was our I guess, betrothed fairy? Not betrothed. We're linked to them. We're linked to them pretty directly. Became the new king, the new Titania. So that's kind of fun. And overall, positive things happened. The one weird thing is, so the first emperor of the Garlean Empire, Solus von Gallius? Galvus? Something like that. Solus, anyway, who's an Ascian named Emmett Selk. That's a lot easier to say and a lot easier to remember, so I'll remember Emmett Selk. Came to us and wants to team up, ? So either that's that's got to be bad, right? So that either means that he's trying to mess with us, or it means that he's trying to... What we're doing is helping his cause, which can't be good because the Ascians want to destroy everything. And maybe by the time we get to the end of things in Shadowbringers, we find out what it is the Ascians are actually frickin' doing. Because we have no idea. Looks like we sold nothing either. So that was kind of the last little weird cliffhanger that it left us at. A little unsettling. As fun as it is to see Emmett Selk on screen every single time he's on there, because it's amusing. And the music is great. I like the bump, bump, bump. It's kind of like that, almost like vaudevillian evildoer music behind him, which is phenomenal, I think. So yeah, so as I mentioned on my post on Twitter, first, I guess, we hit 100 followers at the end of last stream, so that is awesome. Thank you all for following and for hanging out. It's been a blast. Here's to many more followers, I suppose. Not that that's a metric that I necessarily am like looking for. I mean, it's a good metric to have, I guess, but I don't know. I just like hanging out, having fun, chatting with people. And so the more people that follow, the more people that will probably come hang out and chat. So that's the whole idea here, as to enjoy games together. And so, yeah, so thank you all so much for your support since I started in August. You know, probably not the fastest rise to 100 followers, but that is fine. That is perfectly quite all right for me. But I forgot where else I was going. But our next goal is that we have to go talk to the Exarch here, and we're gonna find out what's next. So we still have not met up with Y'shtola here yet in Norvrant. So one would guess that would be something that we'd be doing sometime soon. But let's head to the Ocular and find out what that next step is. Well, first off, yeah, there's nothing that we want to do here. I'm curious what's holding us back from doing this. So let's actually go to the Amaro launch quick, because we can easily get back to the Ocular. So we'll see what this little dangling carrot is here. Maybe. If we can find the person. What it is that... Oh, it's catless. Oh, okay. So okay, so the crystalline... Okay, so that's just that we don't have a crafter or gatherer at level 70. Yeah, land or hand at 70. We're about halfway there. A little over halfway there. But I'm sure the following levels are a lot harder. Okay, yeah. So those are capped at the fact that we don't have any of our crafting or gathering to 70 yet. Which makes sense. That makes sense. So let's go back up to the Amaro launch and head back over to the Ocular. This part of the song is really cool. Let's settle in too, huh? Ah! Whoa. All right. So hope everybody has had a fantastic weekend. Yes, let's get that down a little bit there. Might need to read maneuver. Oh, I think we're all right. Yeah, I think we're good. To the docile gates. So yes, hope everybody had a great weekend so far. My weekend's been pretty good. Cannot complain. Just like any weekend, did not get nearly as much done as I'd maybe hoped I could this weekend. But checked a few things off of the list, so that's always a good thing. Got to play board games in person for the first time in quite a while yesterday. So that was also pretty awesome. So yeah, good weekend. Now we're capping it off with some Final Fantasy XIV. We're just all standing here staring at nothingness, or...
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Oh, is it Emmett Selk here again, too? Yep.
Please. Did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon?
He didn't lie.
Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe. Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
Well, right. I mean, would you really call on a favor for the devil in your time of need?
So petty. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters. Put each and every Light Warden to the sword. Prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies. Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs.
I don't know. We're much more accustomed to just fighting things out. That's what the whole game's been about. Not a lot of diplomacy really actually occurs between enemies and friends. And if it does, it doesn't go anywhere.
did the olive branch wither and die. Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes. Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the eternal are privy. For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
What was that all about?
Good question, I'll say.
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, I was.
Believe a word that passed his lips.
I technically was. I mean, if he wants us to do that stuff, are we really doing the right thing?
Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
Oh, you're gonna make me say something. Not one jot. I don't know, but if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he had a colonel, perhaps. I think we seriously do need to legitimately think about it. Like, why would he want us to think that we're helping him?
If he simply meant to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did.
Very true.
It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
What do you say, Exarch?
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
Such is the power of the Warrior of Light. I know. You're welcome.
That may be. The Wardens of Calusia, Amareng, and Rak'Tika remain.
Okay, so we've already been to 4 of the 5 regions. Rak'Tika, Greatwood is the only one that we have not been to yet.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
So now are we going to just spend our time jumping between zones?
I'll take Amareng in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
And then he'll take Calusia.
No objections I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Oh, don't get arrested. You better take someone with you.
Then I would ask that you journey to Rak'Tika.
Me?
There you will find your
Who, me?
With your assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
I would like Urianger to go with Alphino. Or Thancred and Minfilia to go with Alphino.
Is Y'shtola the Conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right. Though we haven't spoken much since you left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of bringing the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me.
Uh-oh. Jilted lovers?
You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
Twould be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
What are those, Mr. Exarch? He's in Smash!
What's that?
The ultimate crossover has struck again.
A missive from Lord Volthry invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Leader Iran.
Ba-na-na-na-na-da-da-da-da.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
God, isn't it silly that that's the first reaction anybody has now if they see an envelope that looks like that?
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged.
Okay, so Thancred should go with the Exarch and Alphino. Minfilia should come with the two of us, or go with Alize. Because we don't want Minfilia to go to Yulmore. I don't want Alphino to go to Kalusia alone. And the Exarch's going into a trap.
Will be much diminished so far from the tower. It is a risk I'm willing to take. Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance?
It's not going to go well. He's going to get arrested.
Of course.
You're not thinking. God damn it, you guys.
Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you.
It's just like painful. You know they're walking into a trap. Like, for multiple reasons. And they can't listen to me. Or won't. Let's see if Alphino says anything to that. I confess, a great deal of my time in Kalusia was spent befriending the people. But that is not to say I gave no thought to our primary goal. Once I have escorted the Exarch to Yulmore, you can be certain I will do all I can to discern the whereabouts of any warden that may be hiding in Kalusia. There are so many ruins scattered throughout Amarang, I'm honestly not even sure where to start. So I would guess since... Well, okay, first, start in the places I haven't been to yet. And second, it's probably where Thancred met Minfilia. And logically, I'm just going to say that. Urianger, I should be glad to apprise ye of Y'shtola's recent endeavors during our journey to Rak'Tika. At last, I can finally meet Y'shtola. Thancred has told me so much about her. Minfilia and I are no strangers to Rak'Tika, but this is perhaps the first time we've bothered entering through the proverbial front door. Thancred's always been more of a backdoor man. Sorry. Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There is a church, or rather the ruins of a church, at Fort Job. Might I ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall there remains a tablet, whose writings I believe may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart for Rak'Tika, we shall journey unto Fort Job that we might secure this relic. Off to the job. Safe travels, Callista. I pray that tablet and its contents prove of interest to Y'shtola. Then we're going to have to go to Yulmore to save the Exarch and Alphino, because they're both going to be imprisoned. But what can you do? 'Tis a game. There has to be conflict. Even if we can see it coming from a mile away. Double check that there's nothing else here first. Which there is not. The man with too many scars. I wonder why that's locked. Alright, let's jump over to the pendants quick. And I just want to check out why that's locked. Then we will teleport to Fort Job. Jobby job. Jobby, jobby, job. Oh, I see. Okay. So that one is Louis Reek. That one is the, okay, yeah. Okay, that's why. That's what it is. All makes sense. Those are the role quests. The other one is in Amarang right now, I think. I believe. Babysitting. No. We won't use our freebie till we have to go back to the other world. Actually, I already wasted one accidentally. Boop, 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 boop. Here amidst these ruins, we will find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall the tablet we seek. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. Alright, so now we have to figure out who's going to use this, huh? The original idea was to alternate. Everything's at 72 here, so technically it would be level 74 item for Red Mage at that point. But our Red Mage is currently stuck at 72. Well, we'll debate on that. Speaking of which, how much space? We are running lower on space. Well, we can eat some takoyaki to make up a little bit of space. Well, we got the meat kebab that I made. My meat kebab. We have some things that we can stow away on. Oh, this I should use. Oh, wait, no. Damn it. I can't remember if... We'll see if it's any better. Item comparison. Okay, it is a bit better than the Lakeland Earring of Slaying. Not incredibly, but it's... But it'll work. Okay. Freaked out a little bit. So, yeah, so how did this person stay a sprout if they're over here? That's one thing I haven't really realized. So it looks like he's on the same quest as us. Unless there's a way you can rejoin the Novice Network? I don't think there was, though. Without being a mentor. A little faith. Urianger appears lost in thought. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as testament to its ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable tides would drown nigh everyone, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole. For the creatures which then did rise from that fulgent deluge were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both, whence came the name of Sin Eater. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their god. Yet, where there is light, there hath ever been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow did then migrate to the Rak'Tika Greatwood, but that is a tale for another time. For now let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. Let's go look at this freaking church. I suppose we should talk to all these gemstone traders and see what they have at the have here. Some outdoor furnishings. I don't know what these maps do, to be honest. I'll have to look that up at some point. And then we can just buy some stuff that we'd be able to use for... I am starting to run low on glamour prisms, so that's expensive, though. It seems like it's a pretty expensive price for glamour prisms. I could be wrong. Then again, if I do a bunch of fates, I'll have a lot of those crystals, so... There is that, too. Ungainly guardsmen? Not today, sir. Not today. Despite their architectural prowess, I can make neither head nor tail of anything in this place. You would think the remnants of a church would be more conspicuous. Alright, Urianger. 'Twould be most unusual, but mayhap the hall was built below ground. Yeah, I mean, probably makes sense if they were looking for darkness, right? Oh, there's people down here. Looking like a way of right. The Church of the First Light. Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now has always borne the scars of decades of disuse. Its subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hall from the ravages of time. Yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark, and its followers did want for places of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls belong not to those who built them, but to worshippers of the dark, the Knights Blessed, who subsequently migrated to Rak'Tika, yes? Indeed. 'Twas beneath the shaded boughs of the Rak'Tika Greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Oft and many times did Yulmore make spurious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools. The Uxarch knoweth full well that Y'shtola, in her seclusion, doth labor to learn all she may of the Blessed and their past. 'Tis why he sent us here, I now see. The tablet of which he spoke no doubt provideth a glimpse into the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we better hurry up and find it. Not in unison? Wander around to find tablet? Is it right here? Search your surroundings for the tablet. Oh, okay. Start. Oh, that's just her things blinking. Oh, it's Thancred. Riache. I can barely see my hand in front of my face. If only that torch were a little closer. Found the time-worn tablet. Ding, 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 ding. Winner, winner. Hey guys, it's over there. I mean, within the altar, thou sayest. I mean, I could walk and grab it, couldn't I? Why do I have to stand there and watch them grab it? The warrior of darkness became a lazy ass that day. Naught escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious, these engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I am not mistaken, they are writ in the script of the ancient empire of Ronka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Rak'Tika. 'Twill be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understandeth Y'shtola only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey into the woods. Into the woods and out of the woods, and home before dark. Well, we're gonna and home to make it dark. That's what, because we want to make the... Thancred mentioned Y'shtola's passion for learning. I expect the tablet is just the sort of thing she'd like. Should we not be going? We have a gift to deliver. Into the dark. Urianger is ready to leave, but not before first offering a piece of advice. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is the belief of the Blessed that one's own name must ne'er be uttered in the light of the everlasting day. Yet this commandment precludeth not the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases, masters their disciples. So it is that Y'shtola hath taken the name of Master Matoya. That explains the intro. Lest we offend them, I bid you not speak of her true name in the Blessed's presence. Hey, Super Trouble, greetings. Good to have you here. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the Great Woods border. I believe that's just north of here. Hope you're having a good Sunday evening, or Monday early morning, wherever you might be, if you might be farther east. Alright, so I believe... Yes, right up there. Okay. That's reachable, especially since we can fly. It's only Sunday. Okay, good. Same here. It is late. Trying to get used to stupid daylight savings time. Every year it seems like more and more of a chore. Whoa, let's not go in yet. We gotta talk to Mercant. No, come on, it's Mercan. Merkin? I know I have no reason to, but I can't help feeling nervous about meeting Y'shtola. It will be good to see Y'shtola again. I pray thee heed mine explanation of the Blessed's customs. 'Twould be ill-advised to provoke their ire. What got me into streaming? I don't know. Really just wanted to... I've always wanted to mess around with it and try it. Basically, I started messing around with it a few years ago, but really got into it last August. Doing it fairly regularly. But really, it's just about chatting with folks and sharing, like, games that I enjoy. Either games that I've played before or games that I've been meaning... That's mostly what it's been, is games I've been meaning to play. Enjoying that with other people. Well met, traveler. What business brings you here? Yes, of course. Right this way. You know, just sitting in my room or my living room and playing games on my own. I don't know. It's so much more fun just to hang out and chat with people while I experience things, you know? Oh, wow.
No matter how far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked. The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow. And so he braves the forests of Rak'Tika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
Ronka. The Rak'Tika Greatwood. The final area that we have not been to in Norvrant. Or at least that I know of. Unless there's another random one somewhere. Yes, we have.
Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
Our friend. Is he really just gonna...
lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule.
He's really just gonna wander around with us, isn't he?
Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Yes. I love it, Thancred.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows?
I mean, this has been more entertaining this way.
Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No. I think not. I am an observer, nothing more.
No, I think not.
Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
Commentary. I was waiting for him to do like the little like key lock the mouth and throw it away kind of thing. Thancred has told me of the Ascians and what they have done. If he isn't willing to help, is it wise to let him stay with us? Yeah, probably not. But he's going to do whatever he wants, really. Oh, if he never opened his mouth again, it would be too soon. What is it now? Do you expect me to regale you with friendly banter? Oh, very well, I will humor you this once. You may consider it my latest act of good faith. Come on, then. What do you wish to know? Why choose this form here in the first? Well, well, what a curious question. Mortal flesh is but the vessel into which we Ascians pour the elixir of our souls, molding it as fits the occasion. If not, or not if we so choose. Be it for a year or a millennium, I prefer to retain the same form until my duty is done. So, after arriving here in the first, I fashioned some hapless body into the man you see before you. Though, as your friend over there can attest, there are those of us who forego such alterations. He was ever the rash one, La Habrea, jumping from vessel to vessel, never heeding the toll it took on him. Interesting little lore dump there. How did I come up with my name? Hobbybox ended up being a bit of a nickname I got with a group of friends. And so then it was just Hobbybox Burns. Which is what my Twitter handle was, and then so when I started up on Twitch, that's when I made my Twitch handle. 'Tis plain our Ascian counterpart meaneth to follow wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily it pervadeth every corner, and so long as the Light Warden remaineth, the Sin Eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without surcease. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the Blessed succumb. 2 years past, a swarm of Sin Eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in so doing. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on, wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For a mercy, Y'shtola hath provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps, to Fort Gone. With an Ascian at our head. I guess also, I think we have some marks here. So a Tomatil and a Tarichuk. So we'll have to look for those. Vampire Vine. Baha. Oh, there's one of them that we seek. Alright, well. Alright, one down, one to go for our, to get our Nut Clan Nutsy stuff. Alright, so that should fulfill that one, right? Yep. So now we just need to find one of these Tarichucks. Alright, here is Fort Gone. So yeah, it does kind of look like, whenever I saw that in the intro, I always thought that it was, they were in Quarry Mill, but I can see how this would be the place instead, where Urianger and Y'shtola, oh well, Master Matoya, sorry, we're at. Urianger said they were rebuilding, but there's no one here. We both know how Urianger enjoys painting pictures with his words, but he did not exaggerate about this place. Well, where is this friend of yours we came to meet?
I see little sign of recent activity, nor have any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction.
Oh, Master Matoya's slacking off.
Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Now, surround them!
Halt, we're friends. Yeah.
These senators, they're not like the others.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
We're not sin eaters.
How is it they can speak?
It's a sin eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
Kupo? What? What? I don't know why. I have to pick that one. It's so weird.
That will seem a lot less amusing when we are forced to kill them.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives. You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so, I retire to the shade.
Oh, this guy.
Good luck.
There! Did you see that one disappear?
That's not going to help lend our credibility.
I think I preferred La Habrea.
No. No, you didn't. You were possessed for ages. There we go.
Enough. Runar, report.
Master Matoya. We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are sin eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not sin eaters, then what?
Hello?
Just passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not? Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether. Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not. There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Was she the first one to go to this world? I can't remember. Oh, Thancred was first.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though she is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by her most puissant hand.
Puissant?
It cannot be.
It's been too long, clearly. Nice to see you too, Master Matoya. It's been too long, clearly.
Master Matoya?
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Rak'Tika and its people.
Hrothgar. Well, so that's weird that she doesn't remember us. I don't know why that would be the case. That ended a lot better than it might have. No thanks to Emmett Selk. I didn't expect her to be so imposing in person. That she should imagine her a stranger. You have been busy since arriving in the first, I gather, but I would hear the tale of your travels of your travails in more suitable surroundings. With Fort Gone yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have made their home in a settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate and you will find me soon enough. Well, I mean, we're following right behind you. One would think we would find you instantly. Slitherbow. Slitherbow. Lake Tusimekta. Helm Beetle? I don't know why Koopa was an option. That's so weird. It was too weird not to pick as the dialogue choice. There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the Twelveswood, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. Gotcha. It's not that she doesn't remember me, it's that she saw the Sin Eater ether I absorbed. I guess that makes sense. Because, yeah, she has, like, the weird echo stuff, too, to some extent. So I can see that being part of it. How you doing tonight, Baby Smell? Good to see ya. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. To make their home here and so swiftly would surely have required no small amount of ingenuity. A most impressive feat, wouldst thou not agree? Have you ever seen such a tree? To think these are only the roots? It is a great wood. Finally, a place to rest. That is true. She's blind and can only see ether now. Yeah. Because of, like, she got, like, sucked into the echo for a while at some point, right? Kind of like what happened to Thancred.
Slitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the
live stream. That's right.
I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people. Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come.
Is there such a place here? Oh, some big old doors. Good old Matoya theme.
I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Rak'Tika. In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own. My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I've come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Continue.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya.
Ixmaya.
Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape. Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me. Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
Dippity-doo-dah.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Ishtola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
Cuts right to the quick of it.
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
Can't we all just get along? Why does he hate me?
He understands that I'm not the same. That I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life. But you need not make any hard choices now.
Yeah, it did escalate quickly.
Clear your head.
Now she calms down a little bit. Oh, you know, what I just said about you finally growing up and being a responsible adult. Oh, don't worry about it. Just go trot along. Have some fun with the other kids. Yeah, what the hell, Y'shtola? The seclusion has turned her a little more harsh. I still don't know what I want to do with all those coffers. Pretty soon we'll have to decide. If I stick with my initial plan or if I just keep opening them up for this class. The other thing about using them all for Dragoon is that they're just kind of wasted then. Since, well, right now anyway. There's lots of rumors that the new class is going to share the same, like, gear area as Lancer and Dragoon. Because there's too much gear that's specifically just for them. I wish I'd never been born. When Y'shtola first arrived in the First, she made swift work of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Her thirst yet unsated, she then journeyed hither, seeking the wisdom of Ronka. She found little in the way of welcome from the Blessed, however. 'Twas not until the Great Fire, where she denied the Sin Eaters a feast of ether, that she gained their trust. Since then I have served as liaison twixt Slitherbough and the Crystarium, that she might be kept abreast of the others' efforts. A day in the neighborhood. I am not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. I can but imagine how Alice and Alphino have changed since arriving here in the First. Change is part of a... I'm not gonna like go right back, snipe right back at her. Never really been like that type of character, so change is part of life. We can but hope it's change for the better. You're right, and after my untoward remarks to Thancred, no doubt he thinks I changed for the worst. I will have to speak with him later. Turning to the matter at hand, I really must begin work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look about Slitherbough. If there is anything you need, pray speak with Runar at the plaza. Hey, Runar! Remember when you almost killed me? I mean, they never attacked, but... Welcome, friend, welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium, I see. And this tablet you've brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Rak'Tika? Well, you are welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course. Anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? If not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. With our priests slain and our homes in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. That is not to say there were not those hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again now that she is with us, and I have no doubt the others feel the same. She is as much a part of the Knights Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in service to the dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now, you should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to, so long as they reside within Slitherbough. To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes, but fear not, it is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. Thrill Seeker. It's quite the flying ship they got there. Ingvar. I thought Master Matoya kept her room dark because she didn't need the light, but they're all like hers, aren't they? Jeez, Minfilia. Little harsh there on the blind reference. Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they have likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of Rak'Tika. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment that I might rid you of the light's impurity? Sure, we can do that. As long as I can find it. Grovel, will that work? Kneel. As Runar lightly sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle. Magic water. And with that, you have been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? Only blessed by our priests. They are practiced in the arcane arts. As such, it is said their prayers imbue the water with a faint, dark energy. A prickling sensation. No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect unless... By the gods, Master Matoya was right! You are sin-eaters! I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. Good old Runar just cracking jokes. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Alin Tuta. In the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say good evening. The world is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. Ha 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 ha! You need not worry. Merely speak the words Alin Tuta, and they will know you as friends of the Blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are like to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. So now we're going to have to type Alin Tuta to like 3 people probably, huh? Yep. With the chat mode, say Alin Tuta to greet the villagers of Slitherbow. They love to make us do this, don't they? So it's like this whole thing that it's like it's immersive, except for the fact that the practice of typing this is like the most painful process in the face of the planet. And let's see if we spell it right. Alin Tuta. What a wonderful phrase. Okay, did I not type it right? Can it like literally not be capitalized? There we go. The elderly woman smiles warmly. Ace gear. Alinchisi. Welcome, friend. I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not, our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask and it's yours. Oh, well, I'm out in the middle here. I probably should tune to the Aetheryte. Before I forget. Otherwise, it is a long walk to get back here. Speak with the Amaro Keep, too. Amaro Keep. Not that I ever use them. Like, ever. Ah, newly come traveler, Alinchisi, and welcome to Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are a quiet and taciturn people. Silent and serene as the sunless sea, the quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the woods. Alright, back to Ronka. Two rights don't make a Ronka? Is that how that goes? Or Runar, sorry. Ronka is the other thing. I hope your stroll about Slitherbow proved enlightening. Everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but already I'm starting to feel at home. There is still much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see now how they've built such a thriving community. A helping hand. Judging by the glint in Runar's eye, there is more for you to learn about Slitherbow. Ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we have had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions or there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand, it would be my pleasure. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you take a jug and water the crops in the square. May I help too? Of course. One of you can do the filling and the other the watering. Speak with, Ursabel when you have finished. She will be relieved to hear the crops have been tended to. While you take care of that, I will see to your room and a warm meal. Right then. I'll fill you water. I'll fill you water all of the crops. This was the only jug I could find which was small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. You'll need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. Oh my gosh. You will have 45 seconds to complete the task. Should you fail, return to Minfilia and try again. Oh, I probably should have been looking for ether currents as I was coming in, too. You have watered half the plot. Fetch another jug of water to take care of the rest. A literal fetch quest. Was there enough water for the plot? Nope, I need one more jug. Only half, I see. Well, let me refill the jug for you. The whole plot has now been watered thoroughly. Hey, Ursabel, we watered your plot. The plot has been watered down. Oh. Narrative joke. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? Oh, we watered your plot. You watered the crops? Ah, my apologies for not noticing sooner. I have been rather distracted of late. Watering the crops was always Todia's duty, but she is no longer with us. We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. If there's anything else we can do to help, is there anything else we can do to help? We could plant something if you like. There is no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more. I don't know how you manage. Have the Blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know of our history, how our faith came to be? Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in the Rak'Tika Greatwood. I see you have read your history, but there is a history that is told and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything. Their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as sin-eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in that truth, they found new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies, in the sunless sea above. That is why we pray, for the safe passage of wayward souls unto that blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, that we might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. We remain in these woods for the self-same reason that our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity, with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yulemoor, it's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. You are so kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they have left us. This we must do for them, our children, and generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive. So we have waste gear. What a waste now. Alright, so we have a side quest over here. Varthon. Varthon is in a hurry, but not in such a hurry that he would deny a helping hand. Well, so let's do this then. You're the guest Master Matoya was telling us about. Please, you have to help me. I've searched high and low, but I can't find my friend Carnes anywhere. I fear he's run off to Fort Gone again. It's where we grew up, but it was abandoned years ago after the Sin Eaters attacked. The place is teeming with all manner of beasts now, and Master Matoya has expressly forbidden anyone from setting foot there. I don't know what's gotten into him lately, but we have to find him before he gets hurt. If you should find him first, you'll want to tell him our password, Tuktu. He's the skittish sort, so don't delay in telling him that, so he'll know you mean no harm. Tuktu. Runar has more work to be done. Done tending to the crops already? Very good. It should not be long before your room is ready. Runar! In the woods. Sin Eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For a mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Silverbow. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. But sir, what of Todia's Heartstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Of all the times for Sin Eaters to appear. Are you just going to leave them alone? Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beast down. But if they indeed have the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was that you said about a stone? A few days past, Todia, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, a heartstone. All of the Knights Blessed are given such a stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession one can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral, as an offering to the heavens, but now... What if I could find it for you? Whoa. I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the Light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia? Descended from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the Blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need and I can help. Please, let me do this. Very well. But if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. My friend will be coming. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? Don't worry, I'll come with you. Thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with them in no time at all. Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. Run, run, run. Run, 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 follow Minfilia. Okay, so she's that way. And we have to go down that way to that fella. So we'll go here first. But first. Okay, 237 Yalms to the north. We're not going that way. So we can head south of town. Towards Minfilia. It is funny, whenever I use this mount, it always seems so much slower than like when I'm flying with it. I think part of it is the propellers are going so much faster than the mount is actually moving. I really think that's what the deal is. So it creates this weird optical illusion that we're going like super slow. Though granted, we are going pretty slow. What say you, Minfilia? It should be around here somewhere, I think. It's right here. Kidding. Kidding. There, the Sin Eaters. That is true. It is the base ground speed, so it is pretty slow. You're right, Baby Smell. There is that also. But that one, it always seems slower than the others, even though I know they're all going the same speed. I was hoping there would be only one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's get to it, then. What? Shouldn't we make a plan first? Though there are only two. I'll draw one of them away. You can deal with the other. Hey, over here! I was going to say, I think I could take down two of them, but maybe not. I was going to say, yeah, like, that's exactly what I've dealt with, like, a zillion of them at a time before. Granted, maybe not like these like big ones with the sword and shield, but I'm not concerned. Oh, there we go. It helps to select them first somehow. Alright, now we just gotta track her down. If the flamingos have swallowed any fragments, we'll need to retrieve those too, huh? What level is that one? 74? Ah, we might as well, right? Someone else is working on it. We'll get some crystals. Whoops. Probably should have my chocobo out. Oh, well, I got one crystal out of it, I guess. Callista, oh, there you are. It's done. Though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that Heartstone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. Of course it had to be green. Ooh, that's a big boy. Weird looking feller. There seems to be no trace of Heartstone here. So you should use your Life Surge ability to buff your full thrust attack. Full thrust has some crazy high potency. So Life Surge, so that. So I guess if I end up putting all of my jumps onto the same area, then I could put Life Surge along with that. Because that's the thing, since it's on like this other bar, I always forget to use Life Surge or Lance Charge. And have never fully understood like what the benefit is of using... Well, especially Life Surge. Like, Lance Charge, it just, like, adds to your damage output, I believe. But that's the type of thing that you just want to keep running as often as you can once the cooldown is down, Life Surge. Is that the same with Lance Charge, or is one of them better than the other? You want to use Lance Charge off cooldown, okay. Is this the pile of leaves I already looked at? I think it was. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so we haven't really looked farther south here. Lance charge gives you 15% damage increase for 20 seconds. Okay, yeah. And what is it Life Surge does? Critical damage for the first weapon skill used while Life Surge is active. Okay. So it's basically, once you get to full thrust, you'd do True Thrust, Vorpal Thrust, then Life Surge, and then full thrust is basically what you do once you get to that point in the rotation. And then basically just every 90 seconds try to use Lance Charge. Oh, there's another pile of leaves. That was almost 20,000 damage. You also want to use Dragon Sight even when you're soloing because you still get 10% damage buff. By Dragon Sight, do you mean Blood of the Dragon? Or is that something else that I'm not using? Hey, we found it. Huzzah. And I'm guessing Dragon Sight, you mean Blood of the Dragon? I skipped it? Okay, we'll go back 1 second. Oh, here we go. Oh, gotcha. Yes, that's the right eye, left eye. Sorry. Gotcha. So still pop that, even if I'm just doing little things. Because I try to use it all the time when I'm in dungeons. And I do try to connect with party members. Sometimes I have a hard time determining which ones, and sometimes in the heat of battle, I have a hard time fidgeting with the targeting stuff to try to do that while keeping my rotation going. Did you have any luck? Here it is. It's beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred always said you were a woman of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn if I'm to be even half the hero you are. The hero she was. I'm sorry, forget I said anything. We should hurry back to Slitherbow. Runar and the others are probably worried. Gotcha, Dragon Sight. Yeah, I always just keep thinking of it as left eye because of like the description of the abilities, so that's why I wasn't remembering the name. And obviously too dumb to look at the actual thing on the screen when I hold it down. Okay, so now this is where I have to go for the other thing. And we'll see. I might be a little under-leveled for this. You don't bother when it's just trash mobs that die fast, but if you're soloing and the enemy is tougher than average, then you'd use it? Okay. Alright, so I need to do the... Oh, there he is. Hide in here. Tuktu. And they don't like caps. You're from Slitherbow? Varthon must have sent you then. I was fine until that damned beetle. It's only a scratch, but I'm starting to feel numb and my vision's growing clouded. Worst of all, I dropped my only vial of serum somewhere in these damned woods. Could you find it for me? Oh, wow. Wow, he dropped it way over there, too. Yeah, I still have to rearrange everything to get my multi-enemy or my AoE attacks all on my main bar. So I'll have to look at trying to get... Oh, I'm not in the right character, but I have to work on trying to get some of those things a little bit more easily in there. I do remember looking up rotations, though, and seeing them mention using Life Surge and Lance Charge. I just never really, like, committed it, I guess, down to memory. But I do appreciate the assistance. And I do need to fix my 4th bar so that I can see all of my cooldowns up there. Works really well for White Mage. Which I'm not playing right now. Oh, Varthon's here now, too. There you are. Did you find it? Thank you. I should be fine now after a bit of rest. What were you thinking coming back here? You could have been killed. I had to, Varthon, for my father. What we do for family. Carnes is desperately searching for something. Well, side quests are for later. Nope. In a party situation, you want to use Dragon Sight on DPS, but if your only DPS is ranged, you might want to consider using on a tank, since ranged DPS has a tendency to break the tether since they're ranged. Yep. That's typically what I've tried to do. Every now and again, if there's a red mage, I'll try to throw it onto them. Because they, even though they are somewhat ranged, they'll come close. But yeah, it's tricky. Like, one of the first times I was using it, I was trying to throw it on the black mage, and it's just like, it was always way too far away. And I wasn't realizing, I was just thinking I wasn't hitting the button right, so I was sitting there and I kept, like, spamming the button. It's like, why aren't you working? You know, and in the heat of battle, you're not thinking of, oh, it's popping up saying too far away. Thank goodness you are safe. I had begun to fear the worst. By all that is dark, you found it. We can proceed with her service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits unto the sun, the sea, and the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, as long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. So now do we get to experience a funeral too? Looks like it. Runar lets out a sigh of relief. Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the Blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend Todia's service as honored guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others it will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Well, out with it then. Papa's mad again, Minfilia. Callista and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away, and we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but they really needed our help. There were Sin Eaters and... As long as she accompanied you. But do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. How did you... Let's just say a little bird told me. And it's telling me now that Callista has business with us. Is something the matter? They want us to go to the funeral. They've asked us to attend the service? Of course we'll go. It's being held in the darker, is it? We'll take care not to be late, I promise. Speak with the Placid Elder. The elderly woman hands you a candle. She then points over at a nearby corner where you might place it. I feel like we should walk here. We probably should dismiss our chocobo too, but... Boki wants to pay his respects too.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
No! Get out!
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul onto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
Yep, just a bit of an intense moment, Ox. How are you doing tonight? I'm doing well, thank you. Yes, you came in just in time to see a funeral. For no one we knew, though, so I mean, it's not like a drastic moment. We're just seeing how these people operate.
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
I should like to have met her.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing.
That's what we're trying to do. We just have to find the Light Warden.
Answered, they could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact.
Oh, we found out where the Light Warden is.
Urianger and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Nice. Oh my god, oh, it won't let me. I was gonna say, how terrible would that be? Just jump through the sorrow pool. So how's your Sunday been, Ox? Pretty good? Do anything, did you find a decent way to sort all of those cards from yesterday? That's the real question. Inquiring minds want to know. Pretty laid back, that's good. Same here. Hopefully, Y'shtola has good news to share. Not yet. A chance to reclaim the night has lit a fire in Menphilia that I would see kindled. What do you suppose she's gleaned from the tablet? Just going to pile them by category? Yeah, it's probably the best way. As long as they're piled in some form of, like, easy to decipher way, you'll be able to reorganize them the way you need to. Big organization box, otherwise you'll 3D print. Well, did you say one of the expansions is like an organizer box, along with like new cards, or did I mishear you? I have no doubt thou wilt find the contents of the tablet most informative. The newest one, okay. Good, you're here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift, our next course of action is now clear. Oh, the Kickstarter you missed. So now it's just waiting for that to fill and then it to be available for sale. Unless it's exclusive, but it doesn't seem like they do Kickstarter exclusive. 3 slots remaining. Just some of the cards were Kickstarter exclusive, but you think once they hit so many, they release them all in a pack? Gotcha. So you can't miss out on too much. And really a few cards, like not the worst thing to not have. In a game that's like 2,000 cards. Maybe not that much. That's a lot. Yeah, when I picked up Red Rising and a couple other things from Stonemaier, I was this close to buying the big Scythe box. But then I looked at like my organization here, and it's just like, yeah, I don't have room for that big box right now, so that'll have to be down the line. Oh, we have to make a decision on that soon. Y'shtola seems quite... stirring up trouble. Y'shtola seems quite pleased with herself, but whether she has good or bad news to share remains to be seen. Has more than 2,000? Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronkin Empire, and was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition. And do you think this ancient petition will somehow help us to get into Ixmaya? Indeed we do. For etched into this tablet is a method by which one may prove themselves an ally of the Ronkin Empire. Provided we are able to decipher said instructions, we may entreat the ruin's protectors to grant us safe passage. The problem, however, is I presently lack the resources to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkin text and translations into a more modern dialect which came into use after the fall of the Empire. I am confident it will suit our purposes. Where can we find this monument? Here in Scythia, quite close to Slitherbow, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it is in the possession of a rather radical faction of dark worshippers, the children of the everlasting dark. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need. To ensure that I will have enough, I am afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me. And before you even ask, the answer is no. If we're to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. All right, I'll stay here until you return. We won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe. Much obliged. Then let us convene outside, to the west of Slitherbow, where the path diverges. I suppose when we were south, I should have been looking at ether currents. Gotta run past you guys to lose this beetle. $229 yalms to the south. Let's go look at that first then. You can't find the exact count? $40 yalms to the north west. Oh, there it is. There it is. But with the latest Kickstarter, they were selling 2,600 sleeve bundles. Holy shit. So that's... Okay, yep. That's quite a few cards. That was probably for the entirety of the game then, I would guess. That is a ton. Yeah. 229 yalms to the west. You would never probably get through all that. You do like a nice organized insert. It is nice. Well, and it makes prep work and putting away and taking out so much easier. I definitely enjoy having a game decently organized. Southwest. I have a feeling it's going to be like up one of these boughs here. If that falls through, you did find a really good 3D template. $59 yalms to the southwest. Okay, so it's right there. It's on that one. Well, that's good at least. All right. 446 to the northwest. All right, yeah, we better not get too far over that way then. So let's head just a little bit south here, and just see if there's any down this way that we didn't find yet. Okay, yep. So I don't think there's any this way then. Unless it's like farther east. We can check that out. And then we can just teleport ourselves back. Attack of the Killer Tomato. Attack of the Killer Tomato. We'll get a little bit farther east here, but I don't think we're gonna find anything. Yeah. Because we'd be closer now to something here. So there must not be anything. Alright. No! Don't waste my ticket. Did Jack and them stay over last night much longer or no? Maybe an hour? Okay. Yeah, I was starting to get pretty tired. And like I said, I accidentally slept without my CPAP machine the night before, and so, like, it just sort of hit me. I was just like, oh, I'm getting tired. They went to leave and then did Minnesota goodbye. Yeah. The good old Minnesota goodbye. The encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. A guard has been posted at Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he has aught to share of their recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There is a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid a confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in doing so they cleanse their victims of sin and usher them unto the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. A djinn. Have I received my Corona bucks yet? You're still waiting on yours? No, I'm fortunate enough to have a decently well-paying job. And so I'm not in the band to get Corona bucks. Oh, looks like we do have to sully ourselves with these beastly people. Yeah. So I can't complain. I think it makes the most sense to make sure that we are giving the money to people that need it, and that if, people are well off, they don't need it, right? And it makes sense also to give more money to people that have kids, more for each kid. Like, all of that makes so much sense. That's the way that it should be. By the blessed dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we too had a rather unwelcome visit from the children. You are an acquaintance of Master Matoya, then? My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, so I thought to take a closer look. I was careless. Strange? What have you seen? At first, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients for poisons from flora and fauna. But then I took notice of their venomous spiders. They've been breeding them in much greater numbers. It's as if they're preparing for something. Any ideas as to what? It could be anything, really. If it meant the end of the Blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nests where they keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator of spiders. Set them loose on the nests and we would have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. What a mischievous plan. I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies long enough to secure their hives. Well, to be fair, they're also going by 2019 income tax numbers. What about the people who lost their jobs? Yeah. Yeah, that is true. So if anybody... Like, granted, the industries that were most affected in that way probably weren't, like, outside of that band anyway. But I'm sure there's some that were affected in that way. Also, I don't think my parents have gotten theirs yet. Last they mentioned it, they had. Granted, that was a couple weeks ago. I don't know. It's so random. Like, some people get it, like, instantly. And then others, it takes forever. Have you anything we might be able to use? We should have smoke bombs at the outpost just over there. Then it's settled. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take too kindly to your visit, but once they're knocked out, take the beehives and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think. I mean, I guess the good thing with that also is that in the most recent package that got signed, thankfully they're increasing the unemployment benefits for those that are still, like, out of work, displaced from work. Forest flamingos all around. Cleric. We lost the flamingo. Ah, whoops. Alright, here's our first beehive. Overkill. So that was... Oh, I have to grab it. What do you do where you're too rich for the peasant income bracket? I am a... Alright. Why isn't this letting me do this? Oh, I have to use the burlap sack. Okay. Now it makes sense. I am a computer systems analyst for a health system. And so, yeah. So, a senior analyst. So, basically support their electronic medical record. Troubleshoot issues. Do, like, on-call support for end users that have issues. And then build new functionalities. All sorts of different things. Is my profession. Where? There we go. There's the beehive. Yep, and I've been pretty lucky. Like, other than last May, I had to do a 1-week furlough with PTO. But other than that, I was lucky enough not to be off of work at all. So yeah, I've been extremely lucky throughout all of this. Sounds pretty cool, yeah. Yeah, if you haven't guessed it, I know Ox in real life and we work together. So... It has its ups and its downs, Ox. You know that for sure. Did you get any pages today? The guard returned to Slitherbow, but not before offering his thanks. As for the beehive, Stankred and I were successful in acquiring what we need. How did you fare? You got 2? No fun. This is more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Let us hurry before the bees begin to stir. The bag is sealed tight, but I'd rather not keep the bees buzzing about in there longer than we have to. Alright, pretty soon we're going to have to make our decision on the gear here. The children's settlement is to the west, a place they call Woven Oath. According to the guard, there is an airway apart from the entrance which leads to the spiders' nests. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. If the fates are kind, the path will be clear. Okay. Poor mite. Uncover this chunk of map too here. What do I plan to do once I've caught up in the story? Do you plan to do in-game content? Do you also plan to stream some other games? So from a streaming standpoint, I don't know if I'm going to stream some of the in-game content too or not. I do plan on doing some of it. I might. So here's a good question for you on that. So I have not done anything in Eureka. Should I do Eureka or should I just jump right into the Bozja stuff? I do believe some of the Bozja stuff is needed for Endwalker, so I probably should do that first, right? Otherwise, streaming for sure, I need to get back to some of the other games I've been playing. I am partway through Xenogears, playing that. And I'm also partway through Yakuza Like a Dragon, which I have not played since December. I would like to finish those both up on stream sometime over the next month or two. And then through the summer, we'll see what happens. Maybe do like a weekly stream of Final Fantasy 14, and then otherwise the other nights in the week focus on other games until Endwalker comes out. When Endwalker comes out, I don't know. I'm debating. I might stream Endwalker. The thing is everybody and their uncle that plays Final Fantasy 14 and streams it is going to be streaming Endwalker. And so from like a views standpoint, not that I do it for the views, because I don't necessarily. I don't know, like from a, because I've had that before where I've played a game right when it comes out, and like there's like people that would normally watch are like, oh, I don't necessarily know if I want to watch because I don't want spoilers. I'm not that far yet. And so it's one of those things where it like playing something new almost seems to be ostracizing to people. So, and some of the stuff I really like doing is playing older games. A lot of the reason why I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 on stream is I really want to play it. I really want to get caught up. And so instead of just not streaming on the nights I was playing it, I was like, well, why don't I mess around with streaming it? Hopefully meet other people that play 14 and they can give me some pointers, which are very necessary. So I thank you for that, Baby Smell. Bozja is really just ultimately for getting your resistance weapons upgraded. It doesn't have anything to do with Endwalker. Okay. Because was there... I'm trying to think of what they were saying. Oh, okay. Okay. Because Because I hear stuff, I hear people talk about it on the time on like on different YouTube channels that I follow. So that's good to know that I don't have to do it. Is Eureka also just for relic weapons too? Or was Eureka a little bit different? Mostly for glamour? Oh, okay. I don't really necessarily care about that either. Alright, so I don't know. I'll maybe dabble with that stuff just to see what it is. I've heard some of the endgame content for Shadowbringers is pretty good. Glamour includes the relic weapons. Gotcha. I don't know. Like, I only made it partway through a Realm Reborn relic weapons. Once I got to the materia grinding part, that was just like, I'm going to focus on actual content now. Up there is the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss the bag through. Though we should probably loosen the ropes keeping it closed. Enough that it falls open when it lands inside. May I do the honors? That should do it. Now we wait. What is that? Bees by the abyss, they're everywhere. Help, someone help. We have to save the spiders. It sounds like our plan is working. Still, it is quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. If you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to it any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy Y'shtola more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of my loafing about bored in the shadows? Come now, Thancred. The shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you both are ready... Go on, I'll be right behind you. Yeah, because, like Baby Smell, like, for instance, when Endwalker comes out, will you be watching streams as much? Or would it more so probably just be playing, you'd be focusing more on specifically playing? Okay, I was gonna say, I can't go in there. That's the out hole. I gotta go this way. Oh, ether current, nice. You'll be focusing on finishing the story, but after you're done with the story, you'll likely watch others experience the game, yeah. So yeah, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see, like, timing of things and how it works. I'm guessing it'll come out sometime in September. So it'll kind of depend upon what I have going on in life in September. And oh, wow. Well, there's a lot of them right here at the entrance. I don't think there's going to be any way other than fighting them, huh? Oh, before I do this, I probably should get my Chocobo out. Because depending on what work's doing, I might try to take some time off for it. And especially since, like, the entire arc is ending at the end of Endwalker, like, I kind of want to get through it fast. So as not to have anything spoiled for me. Like, I was always so far behind that if I saw something about Shadowbringers when I was still, like, at the end of Heavensward, or, you know, the beginning of Stormblood, like, there's so much, I'm so far behind, it just doesn't make sense to me, so it's not a spoiler. But at this point, it's like, I'm close. I'll be caught up now, so then it'll be like wanting to make sure I don't ruin things for myself. Jeez. Ah, I knew I did it. I knew I was going to do that to myself. You shouldn't go looking for anything related to the game on YouTube so you don't spoil stuff. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, that's what I try to do. I try not to. Because it's like, if I would watch anything, it would mostly just be like the reveal trailers or the announcement of the patches and what's kind of coming, and then I just sort of like zone out when they'd be talking about actual like game stuff, like actual story content. Because it is interesting to see like how they tweak different classes, even though I don't know much. That is true. That is very true. Okay, so back to the Rak'Tika Greatwood. We'll use an Aetheryte ticket this time. That is the way I'm supposed to go in to get to Y'shtola, though, right? I just bit off more than I could chew. You don't remember this part of the game? I'm your refresher course through it. Though you're sitting there, I don't remember dying as much. But yes, this is about right. We have to go west, too. I wonder, do people cheese parts of the game? So, like, in that instance, if you have, like, your gathering class up high enough, do they switch to the gathering class, go into sneak mode, and wander through those areas until they find a little pocket to switch into their combat class? Or is there even too many enemies here at this spot that they would probably still aggro to you, and then for sure kill you? Touche. That never occurred to you because you're good at the game. I love it. Oh, I love it. I don't know. I think I'm doing a really good job of RPing the floor tank class of Dragoon. So, whoops. Well, I guess there's that too. Well, there, that went better. There we go. That's still making me laugh, baby smell. I love it. Well, screwed that up. Yeah, well, and then there I lost it completely, so that didn't help. So, like, from a timing perspective, the thing with, like, Gear Skogul is I always worry that if I use it, then I'm not going to be able to trigger Life of the Dragon when I need to. So I guess now I suppose I can, because I won't get to it by the time my 30-second timer is there. So that's always the thing, because sometimes I'll, like, I guess I never use it until I would need to do that. Because there's been too many times where I've used it at the wrong time. Oh, there, that burnt again. Ah, shit. Not using it at all as a DPS loss. Gotcha. So I just need to be smarter about how I time it out. So I suppose using it early, like if you use it pretty early on, especially in when you have multiple dudes like that, probably makes sense. Because then you should hopefully, by the time you get through your rotations of high jump and mirage dive, that guy didn't know it was going to hit him. So do you use Gearskugel even against single enemies? Like, would you still use it against bosses just because it's another big DPS attack? Or do you only use it against, since it can do it to multiple enemies, do you only use it against multiple enemies? Because that's one other thing I always wondered, is if it made sense with some of those, like AoE attacks to do it on singular enemies too, like bosses and stuff, a lot more often. The Font of Seeing suggests this is a chamber for prayer. At the very least, they would not place this near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. All the time, every time. Think of it like Fireball in D&D. Yes. The number of times as a tank in D&D I have been killed by Fireball from my own party members. Always be casting, so yes, use Gearskugel even on single targets like bosses. But not things like Doomspike. Like, you wouldn't use that. You would only use the Doomspike, Sonic Thrust, Curthin Torment, rotation against multiple enemies, though, right? Like that's what I think I had seen on like the DPS rotation stuff. It's an instant cast. That is true. So it's not on the global cooldown like the rest. Yeah, because really it's just because all the jumps are off cooldown too, right? So it's really just trying to alternate as many of those things in between your cooldown ones as possible. From what I remember reading, right? Like, I've read a lot of these things before to some extent. It's just when you get into the heat of the moment trying to remember that stuff. When it's all about clicking the right buttons. Hey, too many Jeffs. Yes. LA-HEEE. This is the Rak'Tika Greatwood, brought to you by the Cranberries. Alright, Y'shtola. What is happening? Yes, this is it. I will be but a moment. Keep watch of the entryway. On second thought, would you mind examining the murals on the walls while I look over this? At a glance, I can see they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the children, in fact. We're not like to come here a second time. 'Twould behove us to learn all that we can. I'm enjoying it a lot, too many Jeffs. I'm guessing we're getting close to the midpoint. It's been really interesting. Like the Titania battle especially stands out as just being really cool. Lots of fun. Examine the murals and take notes of what they depict. Ronken mural. The mural appears to be very old. A ruler sits atop a throne attended by their subjects. A faded mural. The mural appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their comrades from an encroaching darkness. The central figure is considerably faded. What about you, too many Jeffs? Have you played Shadowbringers recently, or did you finish it when it launched? Primitive mural. The mural appears to be ancient. A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory. You have an embarrassing amount of time in Final Fantasy XIV? Well, so I'm at like 28 days in. So I'm guessing an embarrassing amount of time is far more than 28 days.
These paintings, they seem familiar. Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this...
Is this you? If you don't have 10 times that amount, you'd be surprised.
A researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it. Slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was. But he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends. A tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself?
Like my French girls.
I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds. But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses. Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place.
Well, there's a Weaver monument in the firmament now. Does that count? I mean, my Weaver was level like 17 at the time. Is that a monument to me? My imaginary friend left me again.
Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
I was going to say, I wonder if Y'shtola could see his ether. Or if it's not ether that he's appearing kind of via. Maybe that will come. Or maybe it won't. So yeah, Baby Smell, you were going to say not to worry about having some trouble adjusting to rotation. When you first started trying out Dragoon after level boost, you were confused and thought it was too hard. It's really easy, but not too easy to be insulting. Kind of like Red Mage, you know? I mean, Red Mage is one of the more difficult ones. That's what everybody says. I only focus on the most difficult classes. Healing's fun. Holy shit, is it? Whoa. Holy shit, is it nerve-wracking. That's the word I was looking for. Good to see my distraction proved successful. I still had to kill a lot of dudes, Thancred. Come on. I believe I now have everything needed to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Callista, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Depictions of heroes from the Age of Gods, the Ronkan Empire, and immediately before the Flood. Very astute observations. Perhaps in another lifetime you could be a curator of antiquities. Oh yeah. Thank you. Good call. I'll try not to bump my desk in the future. There we go. That should be back to normal. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand, perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. An unwanted proposal. Y'shtola's thirst for knowledge sated, she seems content to return to Slitherbough. Let us hurry to Slitherbough. The others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runar will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover anything of import, you will be the first to know. So let's look at two things first. 400 yalms to the southwest. Alright, so that's somewhere we haven't gone yet. And then the blind forest of... Okay, we haven't made it to there yet. That's over here. Alright. So, don't need to look for our last hunt ticket. So you've heard that healing is a lot harder in WoW, though, because there's more damage going out? Yeah, that could be it. I never did a healer class in WoW. Then again, it's like... Cripes. Getting close to 2 decades since I played WoW. Has WoW been out for 2 decades? No, it wouldn't have been out for 2 decades. But it's been a good 12 years, 13 years since I would have played WoW. Yeah, that sounds about right. But I wasn't a healer. I was a hunter and a shaman. Oh, we got more side stuff for Ether Currents. WoW started in 2004, so getting close to its 20th anniversary. The Great Deceiver. Valen is gravely concerned for a friend. Say, aren't you Callista? Master Matoya speaks quite highly of you. I'm sure you have more important things to concern yourself with, but I need help and there's no one else I can turn to. Haha! It's my friend, Quinfort. Ever since we were young, he's always excelled in the arcane arts. In fact, even now, he's in training to become a priest of the Knights Blessed. Perhaps the greatest of his gifts is clairvoyance, but I fear it's taken a toll on his mind as of late. He's always been different, but not like this. He's changed, frighteningly so. The others think him no stranger than usual, but they're wrong, and I mean to prove it. You don't know him like we do, which is precisely why I'd like you to talk with him, to get an objective opinion on the matter. Assuming we find out what ails him, I hope there's a way to cure it. We've got some people that are getting in on the LA-HEEE hee train. Oh, other door. Oh, maybe not. Yep, other door. Next door. Quinfort. Oh, this one's even a cutscene. Kind of. Mwahaha! As foretold by the will of the wood, we meet at last. I've been expecting you, Callista. Shh. No one else must hear of this, not yet. My dreams are plagued with visions of the future. Calamity is upon us, and each night I witness our impending doom. But hope is not yet lost, for the dreams speak to me of a savior in the form of a great serpent. It was revered as a god in the days of the Ronkan Empire, and I believe it yet lives in the Great Wood, waiting to be roused from slumber. It has many names. Many would call it the Protector, some the Great Destroyer. The will of the wood demands I find this great serpent. It is our only hope of salvation. I have been chosen, Callista, to be the savior of Slitherbow. So, this is where you two have been hiding. Now that you've gotten to know one another, what do you think? I fear his mind is beyond saving. His dreams are of an ill omen. You believe him? Oh dear, I fear I've made a terrible mistake. Please don't tell me you too have communed with the will of a star or some such nonsense. Valen, please, we are in the midst of a most important discussion. When you first began talks of these dreams and delusions, I held my peace, but I won't let you drag anyone else into this. Such narrow-minded thinking is why only I have been chosen by the wood, by the great serpent. Yes, Quinfort, whatever you say. You've mocked me for the last time, Valen. I will summon the great serpent this very day and prove to you the truth of my visions. Quinfort, wait, where are you going? Well, this could only end well. To meet with misfortune would likely bring him to his senses. But he's my friend, and I can't stand the thought of him getting hurt out there. Will you help me look for him? If anything should happen to him, I'll never forgive myself. Hey, my saliva sold. Yeah, we'll go out there and do that first. You missed the 2000s internet? It was a simpler time. So much more wonder and discovery. A lot less flaming and memeing and just overall toxicity. I'll agree with you on that, Baby Smell. Over there, I think I see him. So will he actually summon some sort of a serpent? Find out next time on... I'm beginning to grow tired of this game. Enough, Quinfort. Even you should recognize the danger of wandering off alone in these woods. You really have gone mad, haven't you? Mock me all you like, Valen, but now you will bear witness to the truth with your own eyes. Behold the divine protector of Ronka, the great serpent of legend. No, it can't be. That's the great serpent? I see nothing great about that. What is it exactly? I refuse to believe that it's a serpent. Please tell me you're joking. Ha ha ha! Do not be jealous, Valen. The will of the wood works in mysterious ways, and this serpent is the key to our deliverance. Kind of figured it would be something like that. Quinfort is enamored with his new companion. Slither along. Oh, great serpent, I beseech you, grant me the strength to defend the Knights Blessed, to stay the impending calamity that threatens the Great Wood. Scree! I can't believe this is happening. Look, if you want to keep that thing as a pet, I won't stop you, but we really should return home. No, you are right. To remain here any longer could place the Great Serpent in danger. But the question is, how do we transport it? I will not stand to see the Great Serpent debase itself, crawling on its belly like a snake? Just pick up the damn thing and let's go. By the Abyss, Valen, show some respect. I should be the one to carry it, but I fear I am yet unworthy of such a burden. But you could protect the Great Serpent from the threats of the Great Wood, be they beasts or sin-eaters. And now you mean to drag Master Matoya's guests into your schemes? What will the others think when she walks into Slitherbow hoisting that thing about? Here, put it in the sack. I will do no such thing. It's clean, dry, and most importantly, you can bring it into Slitherbow unnoticed. Fine. Listen, Callista. The fate of the Greatwood quite literally rests in your hands. It goes without saying we can't afford any mishaps. Oh, I suppose we've no choice but to help him. I'll go ahead and find a place to keep his pet away from prying eyes. Deliver the snake-filled sack to Valen and Slitherbow. You have 150 seconds to complete the task. I have a feeling I can't just teleport. Tread carefully. I will follow shortly after. Alright, I think we're going to make it in time. Oh, no, 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 no. Ooh, that was close. I didn't even see that dude up there that aggroed on me. You enjoy the 2000s because it was mostly guys roasting one another on the internet? Oh, the toxicity in the 2000s? Nowadays you can't say anything, even in jest, without getting doxxed and fired from your job. Very true. It is a different time. He should be safe, for now at least. Let's have another look at this great serpent, shall we? Well, and then people take, like, toxicity to the next level on the internet now, too. Good work, you two. Oh, can you believe it? The divine protector of the Greatwood here in Slitherbow. Within a sack of burlap did the champion carry the divine beast, and beneath the slithering boughs of the Greatwood did they find shelter. Chapter 31, verse 5 in the Gospel of Quinfort. Pay him no mind. He's merely referring to his dream diary. For the last time, it is not a diary. Have you forgotten how the Gospel foretold the events of that fateful day 2 years ago? How can I when you remind me of it every day? You continue to doubt me, but soon you will see. Together the Great Serpent and I will save this village and all of the Greatwood from oblivion. Scree, scree! What have we gotten ourselves into? Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the same thing. Snake the lead. Fallon is ready to put all this nonsense of visions behind him once and for all. I hope you're satisfied now that your new pet is safe here in Slitherbow. Scree, scree! And thank you, Callista. I now understand what's been troubling my friend all this time. I feared this might strain our friendship, but I don't believe this is something we can't overcome. Take care, and may the shadows keep you. Wait. Please, please, Quinfort, there's no need to involve her in this any longer. I've been giving thought to the Great Serpent's chosen form, and I think I now understand why it chose to present itself to us in this way. Look closely at the pattern of its scales. I believe they represent the network of currents by which ether flows through the Rak'Tika, the very life force of the Greatwood. And there, the scar that intersects them, there on its belly, it's an omen of the coming calamity that would disrupt the flow of life in the Greatwood. Quinfort, stop. It's just a scratch. Probably from a rock as it slithered or rolled or did whatever it does to make its way through the forest. All these signs, and still he refuses to see, like all the others. If the Greatwood is to be saved, it's up to us. I can only assume you remain at my side in the hopes of receiving some generous compensation. If that's what it takes, so be it. The scar on the Great Serpent's belly calls to mind Losato's conquest. That is where you will find the source of this omen. Bring it to me and you will have the reward you seek. I should remind you that he's still only an apprentice. I wouldn't expect much, if anything, for your troubles. This is what happens when you spend too much time around interesting individuals. Still, I can't deny that life would be boring without him. Also, it sucks because teasing each other is how men reduce the tension between themselves. It's true. I mean, groups of male friends do that all the time. Karen Carpenter. Alright, so where do I have to go now? Up there. But I think that's a lot of what the problem is, like with the internet in general. So when you're communicating over the internet, it's one of two things. It's either A, you're typing via text, in which context gets like thrown out of control when people type via text all the time, communicate via text all the time. So it's either that, or it's people in a split moment saying things that they would normally say in conversation that, for the most part, aren't usually recorded and able to be repeated and picked over and evaluated and dug through. It's just one of those things where the internet has evolved social structures way faster than people have been able to attune to that. And so in the same way that people aren't used to being as careful as they possibly can be when speaking on the internet or communicating on the internet, whether it's typing or whatever, also people aren't used to, like, taking into account that sometimes people say things in the heat of passion that maybe aren't the full color of what they as a person believe or what they as a person actually mean to say. But because you can... Sort of like how you look at instant replay in sports. If you look at instant replay in sports, you could look at so many plays and find little infractions here or there. If you could replay every conversation from your life, you're going to start to see different things that people said, and if you keep looking at it and twisting it in ways, like you could find whatever you want out of so many different conversations that maybe wasn't even there, because you're seeing it out of perspective. So I don't know. A lot of that is kind of... You brush away the dirt and find a charm of some sort. Okay. Well, there, that was easy. So I think that's the big problem with, like, the internet, is it was such a vast advancement in, like, how we communicate across the world that I don't think we've attuned to it yet. Similar to how quickly information travels now. I mean, if you look at it, even 50 years ago, something would happen in this country and people wouldn't find out about it for like a week. And now it's like the instant something happens, that word travels. And being that tied into it and not having, like, not getting your information via a newspaper, which has, like, somebody has gone through as a gatekeeper of what is important for people to know and sent that out. And so, like, you're not just seeing a limited thing, you're seeing the entire fire hose of information. And the only limit is how much you allow yourself to take in. And, you know, information is one of those things that people sometimes crave and need to look up and look up and look up. But, like, we haven't as a society been able to evolve yet to the point of being able to take that deluge of information over and over and over kind of hitting us. So, like, when you look at things like the pandemic a year ago, and how it started to spiral out of control, you know, when the Spanish flu happened in 1918, like, people heard about it when people started getting sick, or they read it in the newspaper that it was a problem somewhere. But, like, they were limited to just seeing it on the newspaper, or in that newspaper, or hearing it on the radio. It's not necessarily something that you could tune into over and over and over again. Like, when the pandemic started, like, that's all news coverage was. And if you went onto a website or anything like that, that's all you saw was all these things happening and how quickly it was happening. And it's so hard for people to process that, especially average people that maybe don't necessarily, like, deal with massive influxes of information like that on a regular basis. Much less also being able to look at information and parse through it and find where the bias is coming from that information. Like, I think that's another big thing. Like, my parents' generation are coming from getting their news when they were growing up from, like, Edward R. Murrow and more respected people that were, for the most part, a little less biased in how they presented the news to people. But now you have so many different news outlets that are very heavily leaning one direction or another direction, or giving you information for a specific purpose that benefits them. And people haven't been able to come to grips with the fact that that happens and take things at face value. So yeah, internet. Internet's fun now. Come, Callista, show me what you found. Here's a curious container. Could it be a charm of some sort? It was exactly where you said it'd be. Then that means your visions were... Now do you believe in the Great Serpent? Fine, fine, the Great Serpent is real. More importantly, that charm seems familiar. I think I've seen the children use them for their incantations. Yes, I'm sure of it. My father once found one while hunting in the woods. If memory serves, they can be used to invoke powerful fire spells after absorbing enough ether. By the Abyss. If they plan to use them to siphon the Great Wood's life force. My vision will at last come to pass! Ha ha ha! Why are you laughing? Don't you realize how serious this is? That flow of ether you were talking about converges here at Slitherbow, doesn't it? It's why we have that large aetheryte outside. If the flow is disrupted, our crops would wither, the land would be rendered barren, animals would die. It would mean the end of our village, and all of Rak'Tika would likely follow. O Great One, I beseech you once more, grant us the strength and the wisdom to avert this terrible crisis. Scree, scree, scree! Seeing them like this makes the whole thing seem like nonsense, but there's no denying Quinfort has been right about what would happen thus far. We have to figure out what the children are up to before it's too late. So that's not entirely true. While we do get information quickly in almost all situations, even when we get to see the raw footage, it's often missing context. And people are biased and will give their interpretation of how the events came to be, or even just outright lie about it. No, that's true. That's very true. Snakes in the grass. Quinfort seeks further enlightenment from the Great Serpent. The will of the wood would see us bring Slitherbow and all of Rak'Tika back from the brink. O Great Serpent, show us the way. Show us how we might deliver our people from certain destruction. Scree! Shh, if anyone sees that thing, they're going to kick it out of the village. Then where would we be? We have precious little time to concern ourselves with the others. Once more, the Great Serpent has blessed us with another sign of what's to come. What is it this time? Behold the scales of its belly, and you will see the scar that marked Lozato's conquest has vanished. However, a new scar has appeared closer to its tail. The children would threaten another site of great power, and judging by the shape of this scar, I have no doubt it's near Dyer's Wash. They must be stopped. Agreed, though I fear only one of us is actually up to the task. And are you certain about that scar? It didn't see anything of the sort on its tail? At any rate, I think it'd be for the best if you went to investigate. We've already found proof the children are up to something. It would be foolish not to press further. Perhaps the will of the wood would give us another sign while you're away. Perhaps. I still think this is all like some weird nonsense that we're dealing with, which will all be apparent after this trip. Alright, where are we? Down there, okay. What kind of games do I like besides MMOs? So I mostly play RPGs, but I play all sorts of different things. Like, I also like action games. So not like Call of Duty first-person shooters, stuff like that. I'm not the greatest at first-person shooters. But like I really like God of War. Spider-Man. I played Spider-Man Miles Morales recently and really liked that. But mostly I play RPGs. Every now and again, Musos are fun from time to time. Really looking forward to playing more of Persona 5 Strikers. I started playing that. I've only played like the first hour. But mostly RPGs are like my go-tos. Do not interfere in our work. These woods must be cleansed. Fool, you cannot stop us. Oh, jeez. Okay. I was gonna say, I have to remember how to play Red Mage. Even though it was just the other night I played it. But yeah, other than Final Fantasy... let's just do this. Other than Final Fantasy 14, like the last MMO I would have played was like Star Wars The Old Republic a long time ago also. She's defeated our spiders. Let us away. There is still work to be done. The children of the everlasting dark have escaped into the woods. Give chase that you might learn more of their schemes. What about you? Other than Final Fantasy 14, what other games do you like, Baby Smell? Up there, okay. I see the orange marker now. And then I also play, like I'm in a weekly D&D group. I also am DMing a D&D game that we play like once a month, maybe twice a month, if schedules work out. And then I play a lot of board games too. So I was, a group of friends and I played through all of Gloomhaven, the board game. And have all sorts of other board games that I play with various friend groups. So yeah, all sorts of games. Alright, it's time for another fight. Oh, we gotta fight them. Suspicious looking bag. Among the children's belongings, you find a scroll detailing their plans to cleanse the forest. Well, the dude was right. You gotta give him credit for that. To the Quinn Fort. Is that like the Quinn jet? Only stationary? Demon Horse. Undeadicorn. You are returned, though that is no surprise. I entreated the gods for your protection with a hymn from the Gospel of Quinfort. They would not, could not deny my plea. Scree, scree, scree! Shadows, give me strength. Callista, were you able to find anything? Blood-soaked parchment. A coordinated strike to cut off all flows of ether to Slitherbow. It beggars belief that they could love the forest so, yet be so blind to its needs. We need no further proof of what the children are up to. We have to tell the others. Defend the sites they mean to befoul and destroy those magic containers. Explaining how we came to know all this will prove difficult, of course, but I'll not see all your hard work wasted. We must also give thanks to the great serpent who first sensed the children's ill intent. The divine protector who thought us worthy vessels to carry out its work. My heart swells to know the will of the wood smiles upon us so. Your pet, I mean the great serpent, it's gone. It was here just a moment ago. We should go look for it. No, my friend. The great serpent has fulfilled its duty in protecting the great wood. And so it returns to slumber. Is that so? Perhaps it really was the Great Serpent. If you truly mean that, Valen, then perhaps you are ready to learn the truth of its origins. And I would start from the very beginning. It begins with the sizable crystal in Lake Tusimekta we know as Fruit of the Protector. If the legends are true, it dates back to a time preceding the Empire of Ronka. There he goes. I suspect I'll be getting an earful for the rest of the day. But I think our work here is finally done. I wish there was some way I could repay you for all your help. Though I should probably go while he's still swept up in his lectures. Take care, Callista. Hopefully we'll meet again soon. As he runs away. Though this is largely an assumption based on my visions noted in chapter 2, verse 17 in the Gospel of... Come back here, Valen. I still have to tell you about the serpent's influence on the founding of Ronka. More silver pieces for Doma. For you, it's mostly RPGs and MMOs. Used to be big into first-person shooter games growing up. Recently gotten into games that have crafting as their main pull, but it has to be very specific. You like games where the crafting includes animations, and if it can have like a mini game, all the better. These things just make you feel as if you're actually making something tangible. Another game that you enjoy is Fall Guys, though you don't know how to categorize it. Yeah, Fall Guys, I don't know. Probably the best way to categorize it would be like a party game. It's kind of like... That's where I would throw it. Fall Guys is fun. It's a nice, like, just sort of relaxation, sort of dumb... There's skill involved, but there's also luck involved, so it's hard to not get too swept up in it. Or too frustrated by it. There was a while, like, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, like, through that era, before that Halo, when Halo and Halo 2 were out. Like, I was huge into those games, too. I've just drifted away from them. I've always liked RPGs, so that's been a mainstay. I'm much more of a story in games. I really enjoy story in games. Callista, the guard told me you left with Master Matoya to Woven Oath. And no sooner do you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me. But she is safe, and that is all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stew will soon be ready. There by the fire. Get off the box, Boki. Trying to think. I guess I don't know what the crafting is like in some other games. Like Valheim, does that have crafting like that? Or is it more so you just got to collect the things to make the thing? Or what would be games that would fall into that category for you, Baby Smell? Where you have like the animations and stuff.
Strange. The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer. We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it?
Uh-oh. We're hearing things we're not supposed to hear.
The blessing may spare her the fate of becoming a Light Warden. But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. She is not as she was in the Source. Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that she has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed, everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Oh, she thinks he was lying about it, huh? Was he? No.
Help! Someone help! The Umorans have come for us! We're under attack!
That was only a matter of time. Ranjit again. Always nipping at our heels. Meanwhile, in Newelmore, Lord Dump. Vothri. Oh my.
Lord Vorthri, how good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken.
He's got his diplomacy voice on.
May I say how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling warriors of darkness. They have slain sin-eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy. And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers. So I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters.
Oh, shoot.
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king. Nay, a god. I will see their dreams fulfilled, their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need. Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin-Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral era.
What was that?
What was that? What?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power.
Very bloated.
But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome. And we will, once we eliminate the Sin Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now. And the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making? Or even 100?
You underestimate them, Lord Thorthry. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know. That their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains. And I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception!
Yeah.
What? How did he? Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
Another tantrum.
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you have come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position to make demands. By Lord Vorthry's decree, Rak'Tika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness?
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark. In his wisdom,
Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed.
Interesting development.
Little wonder the Warrior of Darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Rak'Tika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed Shadow at bay.
The Warrior...
accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Little did they know the Warrior of Darkness was in their... It was in their home. Their hovel.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for Woven Oath with all haste. We will leave you, that you may have time to prepare.
Woven Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our faith to join those zealots?
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
Well, we're gonna have to take out the Light Warden fast then. If they figured it out.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
So, Valham has animations, but only when you're in a particular crafting table's menu. So if you're selecting something from the forge, your character will take out a hammer and start pounding, which is enough to make you happy. 3 games where crafting matches your description are Final Fantasy XIV, Graveyard Keeper, and Fantasy Life. That's right, you mentioned Graveyard Keeper the other day. That Yulmore has gained a foothold here in these woods bodes ill for the Knights Blessed. Surely there's something we can do to help the Knights Blessed, isn't there? We got some intense music going here now. Let's see. The god hath been afflicted with a most terrible and efficacious poison. We have attempted all manner of healing incantations. Alas, his condition remains unchanged. At present, we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure. Put to the proof. Urianger wears a somber expression. Alright, so... How fareth the young guard? The poison spread throughout his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, it would have made little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is a nigh impossible task. What of the rest of the Blessed? How have they taken the news of Yulmore's generous proposition? With anger and dismay. We cannot hope to oppose them, both them and the children. I considered a convocation of all the Knights Blessed that we might consider their ultimatum, but I know how they will answer. Master Matoya, I am truly sorry. We cannot abandon our faith. But there is no reason for you to suffer for our decision. Your work is not yet done and you still have time to flee. Flee? I am not wont to run from my troubles. In fact, with Callista's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. The Yulmoran's presence here plainly stems from a desire to protect the Light Warden. I say we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Rak'Tika, they would have no cause to remain. All of which is rather easier said than done, unless of course you finally deciphered that tablet. I have, as a matter of fact, and with it we can prepare everything we need to enter Ixmaha. I can't remember how I said that before. What say you all? We will need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. We cannot deny our fate, but one course lieth before us. For the Knights Blessed! Good. I leave the Blessed in your capable hands, Runar. Very well. I see there is no changing your mind. By all that is dark, I swear to keep the Blessed safe. According to the tablet, we will first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Ronka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater ruins not far from here. You have some experience with some aquatic excursions, do you not? Then this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of Lake Tusimekta. While you see to that, Minfilia and I will remain here to help shore up Slitherbow's defenses. Your aid would be greatly appreciated. Although you should also mention that Graveyard Keeper does have the animations, but not the mini-game like the other two do. Still, though, you love it, and there's so much to do. You're not just a Graveyard Keeper, you're also a farmer, a beekeeper, a preacher, an alchemist, a blacksmith, a carpenter, a culinarian, and a couple other things. Nice. Got the intense music going here. There you are, ready for a swim. The seal we seek should be stored in a chamber somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronkan culture. The Ronkans sought to live in harmony with nature and considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as the protector of the wood, the arbiter of life and death. Below it were 4 others, each equal in rank. The coral, the colibri, the opo-opo, and the wolf. Characterized as the bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. Okay. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablet states that the one must pay due deference to 3 of these beasts by placing one's palm on monuments wrought in their image, and that this must be done in a specific sequence. If my interpretation is correct, the order can be discerned from the 3 commandments which follow. Give praise unto the snake, by its strength do our lands prosper. Be as the opo-opo, rival their kin. As all parts seek betterment, so too does the whole. Be as the wolf, move as one. Peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. The tablet says naught of the placement, size, or appearance of the monuments, alas. Hopefully all will become clear once you reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. Okay, so let's look at this one more time. Oh, she just says that last one. Okay, so snake, strength, opo-opo, enlightenment, wolf, peace, harmony. Alright. So we have to go like out to this shelf and then down underneath kind of thing. That's what I'm guessing. So quiet underwater. There we go. There's the entrance. Oh, there's the music. Okay. So we have a serpent statue. So that's what we have to touch first. You sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Lake Tusimekta. Okay, we don't want to touch the curl. It's the opo-opo that we need to touch next. You sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Oh yeah, so much faster now. There we go. So we need the wolf. Once more, you sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Perhaps the chamber containing the seal is open. Oop. Probably after I finish this quest, I'll probably be dropping off for the night. So not too much longer. Get a good sleep tonight before work tomorrow. Probably be advised. So yeah, so probably just a few more minutes. Destination. Ooh. A door opens to reveal a pedestal upon which rests a medallion. You take it and secure it inside your clothing. You take it and secure it inside of your clothing. See, now we're going properly fast with this thing. Propellers really help underwater. There we go. Did you find it? The Seal of Ronka. This medallion, it bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt this is the Seal of Ronka. Well done, Callista. We can begin our preparations to enter Yimaha in earnest. Y'shtola would waste no time in heading to Yimaha. Bearing this seal, it should be possible to enter Yimaha unmolested by its guardians. I will go ahead to Slitherbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Alright, so we will head back to the Crystarium. And that will be where we wrap things up tonight. So the whole gang's back together, so that's good. So there's a little bit of strife, you know. Y'shtola full of a lot more drama than maybe in the past. She doesn't trust that what we're doing is right, which I guess sort of aligns with the fact that Emmett Selk is happy with the fact that we're sucking up all the Light Warden light. So yeah, so there's probably something in there, but we have no choice. We have to go do it. So tomorrow we should be able to take care of that Light Warden, which would mean we will be done with 3 of 5. So that's good. That's progress. So yeah, lots of fun tonight.